Okay, Sadhna ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is it okay? We'll start, ma'am, then?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Very good afternoon to all of you there. Always aim high, work hard, and care deeply about what you believe in. And when you stumble, keep faith. When you are knocked down, get right back. And faith and every never be always listen to everyone who says you can't be always. So this has been well said by Hillary Clinton. Actually, many of the hello, I'll continue, ma'am.
I'm able to hear you.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes. So today is a special day for all the women who have been gathered here because at least for 2 hours.
Pallavi, some sound problem.
Uh, voice, is it clear to you, ma'am? Is it audible?
Now it is clear. Now it is clear. Now
Okay.
I can
Okay. Right. Yes, ma'am.
take that connector here, multi-connector. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And again, a warm good afternoon to everyone who had been gathered here. And today is a special day for all the women, because at least for the 2 hours we have been thinking of ourselves, right? And this, which has been engaged, because we have been engaged in this very important event of women empowerment skills and their development, as named under the national webinar on women management skills for from the oven to laptop. So to make this session to begin with, I invite Srimati Revati Punja to introduce today's webinar.
Good afternoon, all. Myself, Revati Punja, convener of this webinar, feel honored to welcome today's resource person, Srimati Sadhna Pote, Deputy Director, District Employment Exchange, Navanagar, Hubballi. On behalf of Jabin College Parivar, welcome you all, ma'am. I also welcome all the participants for the taking a keen part in this webinar. I am sure that you all will feel enriched with the knowledge after completion of this webinar. I welcome you all once again to the webinar and hope that you all will have great time ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Reti, ma'am. Women are always leaders everywhere. You look from CEO to the housewives that holds together a home, and our country was built by women who stands alone. And I think this is another, and here is another example for this successful
respect to
women.
certificate of filing ಮಾಡಿ.
Hello. Another example has been given by another a successful woman is been introduced here for today's session. For that, I'll invite Srimati Sneha Safari, ma'am.
afternoon, one and all. It's my privilege to introduce a humble lady, Mrs. Sadhna Pote, Deputy Director, District Employment Exchange, Navanagar. She is well known for her fabulous speeches. She is a humble and down to earth lady. She completed her master's in zoology, qualified KS in 1997 batch, done her MBA in HR. Her area of interests are she loves teaching subjects like zoology, yoga, karate. She is training students who are aspiring for KS, IAS. She is a Kathak dancer. She is a good actor as well. She acted in films like Sangati, which is based on women empowerment. She has authored 7 books. Her achievements are she's grabbed Best National Level Debate in 1987. She grabbed Best Girl Award during her BSc second year, which is meant for BSc final year students during her graduation. Topper in MSc in Environment Biology in 1992-93 batch. She got Best Lecture Award in 1996. Same year, she awarded Best Yoga Teacher as well. She got Best Officer Award in 1999. She got Best District Officer Award in 2012. She awarded Rashtriya Shikshaka Bhushana in 2013. She also awarded Rashtriya Vocational Guidance Excellence Award in 2014. And during Kamadevi Jayanti in 2015, she awarded as Akashri Award. With all this brief introduction, I now present before you a great personality, Mrs. Sadhna Pote ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sneha ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Rooting for other people's success does get it in the way of our success. So I think this is better explained now today by our resource person Srimati Sadhna Pote. Now myself Srimati Lina Hublikar, handing the mic over to Sadhna Pote ma'am.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹುಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿ.
Hello, very good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is fine.
Well, thanks for introducing me and today's topic. Totally a woman from Please mute the audio. So much of noise. So I'm able to hear the entire.
Hello, ma'am. You unmute yourself and talk, ma'am, now. You unmute yourselves. Okay. No, ma'am. Now it is not audible. You unmute yourselves first. Now it is busy. Now it is audible, ma'am. You can talk now.
You're
All
unmuted.
others. We have muted all others.
But I'm able to hear somebody. So many noises.
Yes, ma'am. So we have been muted all other participants, ma'am. Only it has been left to you to talk now.
Okay.
Okay. Right, ma'am. Thank you.
Hardy, good evening. Once again, thanks for inviting me as a resource person on this particular topic. Well, the topic goes, it is a topic that focuses on women empowerment. And the topic reads, women right from oven to laptop. So, as I told you, the topic of women empowerment has been the burning issue, not only in India, but across the world. And women empowerment has gone beyond the expectations. And though it started with very simple logic of putting women on par with men, but today, when you look at this particular topic, it is a specialized topic and it covers each and every aspect of Indian woman. Hence, it takes into consideration in toto all the fields, all possible vital role that women can play and contribute to the society and the nation. Hence, I think the topic is beautifully thought. Women right from oven to laptop. That is, we are trying to focus a woman right from her start of the days and then the present perspective of Indian women and her contributions to the recent field. Well, to begin with, my first point is, though the journey you trace back of an Indian woman, let me try to, concentrate on Indian woman, right? Well, it's not something great that an Indian woman has done. It is not something that we look at the journey from oven to present a laptop. But the most important vital feature is, though women started with four walls of a house, playing a key role of a mother, a key role of a wife, and sharing all the possible responsibilities of a family. And then slowly, with the pass of time, she tried to occupy vital positions based on her caliber, based on her potentiality, based on a virtue of being sincere, hardworking, innovative, creative, passionate. With all that, we find she has moved by leaps and bounds. And today, no field is untouched as far as presence of a woman is concerned. But the greatest point that makes us feel proud is, though she has moved to such a huge extent, but again, oven, kitchen, family, husband, children, parents are yet catered by, even today, a woman. So we have not forgotten the past. We have not forgotten the tradition. We have not totally casted off our responsibility and said, I will do only this, I will not do that. But today, Indian woman in toto is the solidarity of all the responsibilities that is given to her. That too, specifically, if I talk about an Indian woman. First point is, today, whenever I want to start with this topic, let me just tell you, my dear ladies, we are proud of being a woman. That's the first thing. And we are more proud of being an Indian woman. So I start my statement with this. Well, now, basically, today when we come to this particular topic of women empowerment, basically when there is a chaos between her rights, her responsibilities, her duties, her achievements. Now, Indian woman has to really ponder and track back to her originality and then feel what she represents and what has she gained and what has she lost. Because when you try to put across these two parts of an Indian woman, what is her gain and gain that, what had to she really sacrifice? It is then when somebody could justify this particular topic, right? Uh, then women empowerment cell or this particular terminology. Well, I please underline my words, Indian woman and achievements of Indian women. This is very, very important. Because when this particular movement started as women empowerment, it was not from India. It was from some western part of the world, and women wanted to gain equality on par with men, and they started, the demand of somebody empowering a woman so that when she works on par with men, there is no biasity done upon her role and she is treated equally. It just started with equal wages for equal works. And then it started creeping into different arenas of a woman. And it was women in education, women in handicrafts, women in politics, women in public sector, women in private sector, women in corporate, and so on and so forth. And today, when we look back, each and every field has a woman leader in it, a woman contributor to it. And the field has really grown sincerely whenever there is an entry of a woman. But then, with this Indian woman's contribution, the point is, first of all, let us try to understand who is an Indian woman. What sort of a personality is an Indian woman, right? So I always, believe till and until we make the picture of Indian women clear in the minds of youngsters, and till and until I make it clear that what exactly is a success for an Indian woman, I'm sure somewhere running a race of women empowerment on par with other countries, other parts of the world, what it means to other women of the world, if we do not consider an Indian woman specifically, I think the topic would be unjustified, right? So here I am to say an Indian woman is, she is an individual full of love, full of, what do we call it as, sacrifice, full of selflessness, full of arming, full of caring. And to describe an Indian woman, I think she is the last person above all, whether it is her family, it is the society, whether it is a contribution to the profession which she has taken. So, an Indian woman being full of love and sacrifice and selflessness, ultimately, it is a happiness of an Indian woman that possibly should contribute to her achievement. Because if she is happy, if she is content, if she is really satisfied, I think women empowerment ends with that. Otherwise, in the race of running, as far as the parameters of women empowerment are concerned, she would have achieved anything that is impossible. But when it comes to her core contentment, I'm sure there is much yet to be done as far as Indian women empowerment is concerned. Right? Now let us try to go back to Vedic period, wherein the situation was really great for Indian women. She had all the ways of contributing to any field she wanted, including the field of pujas, havanas. And if you look back, mythology and all, we have great leaders, women like Katyayanis and all. Slightly when you move down, you find an Indian woman was the center, focus center of a family. Though she did not, play a key role, having a male-dominated society, but almost all the decisions were taken up by her, and she was regarded as a holy soul. And somewhere we come to know that this is why she was given the highest status, because we come to know by this particular Sanskrit slogan wherein they say Matru Devo Bhava, right? Now, playing a role of being a mother to a family, playing a role of being a wife to a husband, playing the role of being a daughter to an Indian society, the parents, yet she bagged this highest status. And that status was she was on par with God. She was Matru Devo Bhava. So it feels really good to trace back our history and understand that women were always, given that respect. But down the lane, when the reasoning started, why only kitchen? Why only oven? Why only between the walls? Can she be given little more freedom to prove ourselves? And they started different fields. Let me just again remind you, long back, as far as education is concerned, as far as scholars were concerned, as far as war tactics were concerned, as far as self-defense was concerned, she was excelling for a long time in all the fields. Nothing was really, kept away from her. And down the lane, when actually this women empowerment, I think, started something prior to before to it. I don't know. I feel that whatever happened, one should have optimism in understanding why it happened and what happened. Let's not be negative about everything that has happened to us. And it was a road, a path wherein women confirmed that if this was given to her, if this extent freedom was given to her, if this was done to her, what would be the consequences? And definitely we have to, before we really think about empowering a woman, before we really think it as a right and demand for it, definitely certain things in the past have really gone bad with women. Now, the reason behind these social evils that happen, we don't know. The reasons would be good, but ultimately they ended up with social evils as far as women empowerment society was concerned. And to name few of them, it was child marriage, it was sati pratha, It was, straight away giving up the life, Johar, because her husband was no more by what do you call royal woman. It could be the dowry deaths or dowry cases. It also reflects back on totally uh, humiliating, over exploiting an Indian woman, abusing her, uh, sexual atrocities upon her. And as far as family property was concerned, she was considered to be, not a righteous owner of those properties. Of course, down the lane, so many changes took place. People thought education wasn't required by her because ultimately she has to focus on the household, and experience of household was more than enough for her. More and more concentration on male children, and right from, when I say male children, right from conception, the lady was, uh, taken lots of care, especially even if you look at the mid centuries, where they could come to know whether the uh, baby she's carrying is a male or a female, when fetus test could be done. The moment it was male, treating rich nutritional treats to mother. Otherwise, also, she was neglected. Then, once the child was born, right from the womb till tomb, we found lot many injustices done to women. That is how this voice of women empowerment plays a key role. And today we stand. And today, when you look back, really you feel proud that it started with Sarojini Naidu Madam as a Nightingale of India, being declared, heading the Congress session views and reviews, proving herself beyond any doubt. Then it started with the arena of, uh, politics taken over by Srimati Indira Gandhi. And over decades, she proved that even today, no one else could, compete the way she did. If you look at the area of science and technology, missiles, again, Kalpana Chawla proves to be one of the most beautiful Indian lady who proved herself and gave up her life. Coming down the lane, defense services, coming to police, we all know Kiran Bedi ji, the way she handled the Bihar prison and created a name for herself, and always, till the end of her tenure, she fought for justice. Go back to the private sector, corporate societies have been high handled with the leading Indian women. Could it be any field? Indian defenses. I just would like to state my own sister's example. Indian Air Force, past a decade, they are inviting applications for short service commissioned officers in Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and Indian Navy from Indian women with various educational graduation background. But once they enter, they try to restrict the woman to few positions. But then, if a woman is challenging the way my sister did, though she entered as a mechanical, technical officer, but then proving herself into designing, creating interest in missiles, when Kargil war took place, Indian history has been an evidence that women were never given a chance. But with all the excellence proven by a woman, she was given a chance to command missile squadron to Kargil war. And she proved herself. She came out with flying colors. She received President's commendation, finished a short service tenure in Indian Air Force as a commissioned officer, came out of it, and L&T was waiting to grab her. And my dear friends, she is the Deputy Regional General Manager of Aerospace Designing and Defense Engineering of L&T at Powai. And I'm sure n number of meetings with the defense ministers and all top commanding officers of Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, and Indian Army. So woman is a sign of beauty. Woman is a sign of tradition. Woman is a sign of, all those set of moral values, social values, professional values, and human values, right? So, keeping a woman from oven to laptop, in between, there are so many fields that, if not touched, I think women would remain incomplete. And now, today, as I told you, no area is untouched by women, and she has proved to be on top. And to list, let me just share this list of women all over the world, trying to prove themselves in each and every field. And I would just like to list out few of them, because it would be difficult when it comes to world, achievement. Sometimes, we forget the names, and we may get confused. We may give you wrong information. But here I have, to start with, Junko Tabei, and she is the first woman in the world to climb Mount Everest, right? So that field is again taken up by the laurels go to an Indian woman. We have Valentine's Tereshkova. She's the first woman in the world to be a cosmo astronaut, space science. If you look at Sri Mavo, she is the lady who's the first female to be elected as far as Ministry of Government is concerned, heading the world. Well, if you look at Isabel Person, she is one lady who is the first female from Argentine to be the female president of the world. Though she's from Argentine, but for the first time a president in the world. First female president. Well, if once again I look into different field like Eileen Coffins, she's the first female in the world who in turn is a commander of a space shuttle. First woman who proved to be a commander of space shuttle. Down the lane, if you look at Irene Zubey Khan, she's the first Muslim woman to become Secretary General of Amnesty International. Look at this. India proves to be far better, but a lady from Muslim country proves to be at international level, being the president. Well, down the lane when I go, there is a Shirin Ebadi, who is even a Nobel Prize winner in 2003. She's the first Indian woman to receive the Nobel Prize. Okay. Down the lane when I come, Kiran Baloch, she is a woman with highest individual test score in women's test cricket, right? So cricket also we have. Then let us just try to see a few more names of different fields. A lady from Nepal, that is Sherpa, Lakpa Sherpa. She is the most successful first woman climber, again, Mount Everest. If you look at Bula Chakrabarti from India, she's the first Indian woman in the world to swim across 7 seas. A beautiful achievement that woman can, prove herself. Dr. Habib Sarabi, if you look at her, she's the first female governor of Afghanistan that's in the world. And if you look at Elena, she's the first Indian woman athlete to touch the park in pole. Then if you look at few women who in turn have claimed, say, Annie Babutin, she's the first woman ambassador of Israel. Then Benazir Bhutto, the first woman prime minister of Pakistan. Margaret Thatcher, she's the first woman prime minister of England. Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, again an Indian, first woman Prime Minister of, again, British rule in India. So that's a great achievement. At the same time, Caroline Bikesari, she's the first woman to step the land of Antarctica. In fact, in the Antarctica expeditions. If you look at Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, she's the first duty elected woman as far as president of an African country is concerned, and so on and so forth. The list is, unending. Whether it is a field of beauty, Indian beauty has been, you look at Aishwarya Rai, they have proved themselves. Not now, even long back when you look at Zinat Aman, or slightly prior to it, Newton, Miss Asia and all. So, women has contributed to each and every field, and wherever you look, people are wanting women because they can prove themselves. So, with this pretext, now let me just come to a real Indian woman. A woman, as I told you, irrespective of whatever is her achievement, ultimately deep contentment of herself, within herself, is what really bothers her. So, for example, I am a senior officer in charge of division, 8 districts, right? I have to my laurels so many achievements. But then ultimately, what makes me happy is, along with my responsibilities, did I justify my basic responsibilities? This is one question that bothers all Indian women, right? And as I told you, Indian woman is an idol of affection, love, sacrifice, selflessness. And with all these primary responsibilities, if a woman is able to justify, take over the secondary responsibilities, could it be the business, could it be the government job, could it be the social service, could it be anything that she really wants to do? But that has to be after delivering her basic responsibilities, because we still belong to what could I say, a belief that clearly states, not only states, has proven beyond doubt that there cannot be a substitute for a mother, there cannot be a substitute for a wife, there cannot be a substitute for a daughter. So these are the key roles that a woman plays in Indian society. And it is a genetic trait that is available with a woman that cannot be compensated, substituted by a man. That is why an Indian woman has to really look into these parameters. Along with that, she has to take additional responsibilities of being an officer, being a doctor, being an engineer, because if she do not perform her basic responsibilities, there is no substitute. And even if there is a substitute, it doesn't, satisfy an Indian woman. I just give you a number of examples. So, for example, I leave my children under the care of a maid, but I'll be waiting eagerly to go back home and ask my children, was this given to them? What that given to them? Did she take care of them? Did she feed them properly? And even if she has done to the best, a woman is happy only when she goes back and feeds her children with her hands, right? So, what is an Indian woman? This is a big question that most of us should understand. Otherwise, we would injustify as far as women empowerment is concerned, right? So now, I just give an example. In Canada, I always give this example, like today we have women, even government rules, regulations, policies have all come to the rescue of Indian women, and they are, giving maximum possible thrust to women empowerment, right? Today we have reached a level where even if a person, abuses a woman with one word, he can be dragged to court. One sight, an eyesight, which is not healthy, which is slightly abusive to an Indian woman, the person can be dragged to court. If the person doesn't maintain that simple distance that woman really has to, maintain, he can be dragged to court. So, gone are those days when women had to really crib over the existing situation. Today, she can fight for justice. There are so many policies for her, for her empowerment, and the best use she can make, I'm sure, uh, everywhere, she can get justified. Only thing is, despite of all this coming to her rescue, is Indian woman really empowered to the extent she had to be? If not, then these topics again and again would be discussed every now and then, and the discussion of this topic would ever continue. So, women empowerment for an Indian woman, I feel people are trying to, give different ways of empowering a woman. They say, okay, to empower a woman financially, reservation policies in different positions have been done for her. Okay, so financial empowerment is being done. Giving education, again, Indian woman, along with others, has the free primary education, second education, college, high school, graduations, post graduations. Again, special reservation has been catered to women. Politics, again, these many seats for Indian women. So, name a field. Woman is given that sort of education, given that sort of training, and she is, taking care of all the fields, right? From modeling, fashioning, designing, acting, photography, choreography, whether it's a field of medicine, research, scientist, space, technology, environmental biology, say what not, everywhere woman is there. Only thing is, then what is her satisfaction? Has the perception of Indian women changed? Should it change? Or should it not change? Now, I just keep on giving few examples, and I leave to my today's team to decide what you want to be, how you want to be, and what should be your assets, right? Because this is what is an Indian woman. I keep visiting many self-help groups, SHGs. And SHGs are the basic modules for financial empowerment of women in rural area or urban area, wherein they make some groups, they contribute, and all the contributions are given to one woman. He is wanting to do something, and in a small way, the same fund is rotated, and it gets multiplied. Well, when I keep visiting these women in rural areas, and I keep inquiring, ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆಯಾ? ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಬಲಿಷ್ಠರಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಈಗ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಪುರುಷರು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಒಂದು ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಕಾಣ್ತಾರ? ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ? ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಗೋ, most often the question that was raised by women from rural areas, they still are struggling hard to cope up with their husbands, and many times I find people coming up, ladies, especially ladies, halli inda bandanta henmaklu, they come up with one common problem, and the problem is alcoholism of their husbands. So we find women saying, ಯವ್ವ ನನ್ ಮಗ ನನ್ ಗಂಡ ಕುಡ್ದು ಬರ್ತಾನ ಬೇ, ಕುಡ್ದು ದನ ಬಡ್ದಂಗ್ ಬಡಿತಾನ, ನನ್ನೂ ಬಡಿತಾನ, ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಬಡಿತಾನ, ಗಳಿಸಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೊಳಗ ಹಾಕಿ ಬರ್ತಾನ, ತಾ ಗಳಿಸಿದ್ದಂತೂ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನ, ನಾ ಗೊಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ಒಯ್ದು ಆ ಶರ್ಯಾಗ ಹಾಕಿ ಬರ್ತಾನ್ರಿ. ಸಾಕಾಗಿದ್ರಿ ಅವ್ನ್ ಸಮುದ್ರ. ಫೆಡ್ ಅಪ್ ವಿತ್ ಹಿಮ್. ಇಂಥ ಗಂಡ ಇದ್ರೇನು ಶಟದ್ರೇನು, and sometimes you're astonished that Indian woman is fed up with such a husband. And that's one point where we really feel husbands and their habits and few of unwanted habituations like alcoholism, smoking, going with other ladies, having multiple sex partners, all those things prevail even today in India. So sometimes we feel, how do we improve their condition? But if at all I lead and I say I really want to help her out, I'm going right in front of her house and I find lots of fight taking place in the house of the lady who has said nan gan kudud batanri huditanri. So when I inquire her next day, ಅವಳಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಏನ್ವಾ ನೆನ್ನೆನೂ ನಿಮ್ ಮನೇಲಿ ಏನೋ ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟಿ ಜಗಳ ನಡೆದಂಗಿತ್ತು, ಏನು ನೆನ್ನೆನೂ ನಿನ್ ಗಂಡ ಕುಡ್ದ್ ಬಂದು ನಿನ್ನನ್ ಬಡ್ದನ, ನಿನಗೆ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ದೇನೋ, ಬಹಳ ಕುಡ್ದಿದ್ದೇನೋ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಹರ್, ಅವಳು ತಾನಾಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಶೀಲ್ ಕೀಪ್ ಆನ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್, ನನ್ ಗಂಡ ಹಂಗ್ರಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ರಿ, ಅವ್ ಸತ್ರೆ ಏನ್ರಿ ಉಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ರಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಸೇ ಎಸ್, ವುಮೆನ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀಮಿತವಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾನೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಅವಳನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಿನ್ ಗಂಡ ಕುಡ್ದ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೋ ಇದ್ ಮಾಡಿದೇನೋ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಕುಡಿಲಿ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಏನ್ ನೀವು ರೊಕ್ಕ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರ ಅವನಿಗೆ, ತನ್ ರೊಕ್ಕದ ತಾ ಕುಡಿತಾನ. So it is this point where an Indian woman is miserably failing. It's good that Indian woman is full of affection, love, selflessness, sacrifice, but that love should not go blind for husband and children. There has to be a limit drawn where a woman should understand, beyond this limit, if I take up, then it is going to be injustification, right? So ನಾನು ಯಾವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, the points may be 20. As far as women empowerment is concerned, 20-point programs, one part is women empowerment. N number of policies, N number of rules, regulations have been, in view as far as women empowerment is concerned. But they cannot help you out. They cannot justify you till and until you don't understand what is justice to you, what it means to you. You should be able to draw a line. ಈ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ವರೆಗೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ವಾತ್ಸಲ್ಯ, ಅಂತಃಕರಣ, ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಭಾವನೆ, ಕಾಳಜಿ, ಕಳಕಳಿ, ಈ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವರೆಗೆ ಓಕೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಮೀರಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತದೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ I should be able to go beyond this affection, love, care, selflessness, and try to understand that I'm also a human being. I need justice. That's very, very important. Illadre, whatever are the rules, whatever are the parameters for women empowerment, if I cannot understand what is right and what is wrong for me, I don't think anybody else can get justice for us. Am I right? So first, try to come out of your unwanted, beyond limit love, affection, so that you'll be able to understand what is right and what is wrong. ಕುರುಡು ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಕುರುಡು ವಾತ್ಸಲ್ಯ, ಕುರುಡು ಮಮತೆಯನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಚೆಗೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ವಾತ್ಸಲ್ಯ, ಅಂತಃಕರಣ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದಾನೇ an Indian woman is definitely unique among all the women of the world. Adbek. It is only because of that love, affection, that Matra Devo Bhava, that's even today persisting. So at times I find that women have to really inculcate certain things. Given a chance, you can get educated. You have reservations. Go occupy each and every field and prove. No one can stop you because it's become a policy matter now. But when it comes to your satisfaction, when it comes to your contentment, when it comes to you being happy, it should be properly thought, right? Now, let me just tell you one more example. Right from oven to laptop, today, women highest strength as far as software engineers are concerned. Of course, a huge role played by Indian women as far as hardware and researchers on innovative technology, information science is concerned. Women are playing a leading role. Any of the remote sensing technologies, any of the space technologies, any of the mining technologies, wherever technology is there, women are creating history. So they even it is not wrong on my part to say that we are heading the strength of men. Look at the colleges. When I go to degree colleges, I find women are more than 50%, more than half. At times, even 80%, 90% are women and only 10% are men. When it comes to ranking and scoring well in examination, achievements in competitive examinations, women are resulting overwhelming. So it's a very, very, what do you call, celebration situation for Indian women. And only thing is, Indian woman has to give a pause and understand justifying her presence, justifying her role. Because equally important, it is seen that a woman, once she gets into profession, or a woman who is educated, she doesn't take interest in the basic aspects of cooking, you know, taking care of the family, doing day-to-day homeworks, and she believes she's, because so many educated women, they rely upon somebody else to feed them, somebody else to take care of the children. And this is one thing that I'm against, because as I told you, there is no substitute. And what do you call, mannerism, ethics, values can a mother inculcate in children? A caretaker, a dadi, an ayah, a maid cannot. Because a child listens to mother in the most humble manner, and a mother is the best, individual as far as children's imparting of values is concerned. And the child does not believe a substitute to a mother. So I believe that woman has to concentrate, because when she is taking care of her family, when she is taking care of her children, she is building up a society and a nation on large scale. It may be just your children and your husband and your parents, that's all. But if each woman, dedicates in giving, imparting those social ethics, social values, moral values, by being a role model. A woman is always a role model. Just remember one thing: your children are not listening to you. Your children don't follow because you say. Our youngsters, our children follow us because we are standing before them as role model. And I being a mother, I being a wife, I being a senior lady in a family, people are just observing you, people are just looking at you, and your behavior, I think, is what goes as a personality trait to the children, to the family members who are looking upon it. So you cannot neglect this aspect of a woman and say you're working, so you can't do that, you can't do this. Then you would be injustified. Somewhere they have clearly said, it's like, educate a person, he gets educated. But educate a woman, the entire family, the entire society, the entire nation gets educated. So perhaps we are getting confused with education and literacy, right? So education is sum total of all that a woman has to do. And moreover, she has to keep her satisfaction, her happiness in herself. No amount of materialistic possession, popularity, glamour, beauty, achievement, awards can satisfy you. Ultimately, satisfaction at the end of the day is, um, did women enjoy her, you know? And basically, an Indian woman, as I told you, my children, my this, it's an inbuilt, inherited, strain, trait for an Indian woman, and she's very happy by doing what she really loves to do. So I think an Indian woman, most of the women, touching all the fields. I have a piece of advice: wherever you are, whatever you are, that could be your profession. Because at times, when it comes to day-to-day earning, we go, whether we are interested or no, we become officers, we become doctors, we become engineers, we become teachers, that is the livelihood that we have selected. But above that, there is a woman, and a woman that is happiest, happiness of woman. And somewhere, I just last, I don't know, it was a TV program when I was just watching. An old woman, 180 years old, and this TV people have gone to her, and they were asking this age-old lady, so beautiful, plumpy, fair, very, very good looking. Just, I was wondering, at this age, she's so beautiful. How would be she in her teens? And the question made to her by the media was, ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ವಯಸ್ಸಾದ್ರೂ ಇಷ್ಟು ಚಂದ ಕಾಣಕತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲ ನೀನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯದ ರಹಸ್ಯ ಏನು, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೀಕ್ರೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ದೇ ವರ್ ಆಸ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಹರ್, ಅಂಡ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಸ್, ಪರ್ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಆ ಸೋಪ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಲಕ್ಸ್ ಸೋಪ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಆ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ ಪಾರ್ಲರ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ, perhaps we would have thought of these answers. But the woman, that senior lady, that old lady, was so natural and so innocent in her answer. And the answer given to the secret of her beauty was, she says, I love cooking. I'm passionate about cooking varieties of, food items. And even today, I sit down, I cut the vegetables, I prepare the basic preparations, I prepare the food in huge quantity. And I have people coming all over the areas to taste my food, and appreciate me, praise me, and say that the mouth was cleansed by ಸ್ವಚ್ಛದಂಗ ತಜ್ಜಿ ನೀನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡ, and when they say, when they appreciate, I think that is a secret of life, that keeps me going. So similarly, we don't know what is my happiness, what is your happiness. Each individual woman's happiness is different. Somebody may be interested in dancing, somebody may be interested in writing, some may be interested in standing in front of the mirror and gazing her beauty for a long time. Somebody must be interested in hairstyle. All those basic things that a woman, is passionate about is what is the real happiness, right? So I always feel that women empowerment from women. See, today we have come to a crossroad. Pallavi, tell Rupa I'll give her a call later. I'm in a webinar. Yes, Rupa, give her a call. Hello. So I feel is today, gone are those days when women had to step out of the house, take over certain duties, join some department, work as a teacher and all, and going out of the house was inevitable for us. And I believed that was the injustification done by most of the women, including me. It always worries me that somewhere in the remote corner of my children's heart, mind, there is always, what did Amma do for us? Whenever we needed them, whenever we needed her, she was not there. And that is a bit of worry that, the children have grown up. They know what Amma has done. The quality time I could give 1 hour, 2 hour, at least that 1 or 2 hour of quality time, the woman has to give to her family, because the best possible, gift that we give to our nation, our society before we leave is our children. And they have to be true Indians. They have to be true human beings. And when I say true Indian, when I say true human being, I'm sure, again, it is all the set of values, social values, moral values, ethical values, human values, professional values that can be given to our children. And that entire toto of values can be given to the next generation, and that can be by a woman. So wherever you are, whatever is your achievement, I think that's really great. Salute, handful, soulful of salutations to the women who are doing, jobs. They have taken up the careers, and different fields of society have been occupied, proved by women, and women have reached, the climax of success. That's all true. But ultimately, I feel satisfaction of a woman is very, very important. And that satisfaction cannot be, bought, and it has to be deep within you. So I feel, woman, take up your responsibilities, but first thing is, please do take care of your health too. What I find is, we are running a race wherein we try to neglect, our own food habits. Early in the morning, is your breakfast in time? Is your lunch in time? Did you have your dinner in time? Are you paying attention to yourself? um, or in this running of the race, you're trying to, wind up your household works, run, somehow finish the work, and come back, and you're so exhausted that you start pitying, self pitying yourself, that ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಇಷ್ಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳೋರು ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮ ನೀನ್ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋರು ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ. I don't know. That is why I said Indian woman. Indian woman, very, very specific. Ekandre, it's as I told you, certain things are genetic in women, and very, very hard, that these die hard facts of Indian woman's personality. Different women, different ways of interest and satisfaction and all those things. So what I feel is, live your life, and that living life should be, bringing happiness to you. That's very, very important. Maybe youngsters, college girls, I feel, along with graduation, if you're interested in something else, please do it. You're good in acting, take it up as a, because see, let me just tell back my interest. I was interested in anything and everything. When I was in school, I used to find some good singers, coming in the orchestra, band teams, and all. And I used to think, my God, such beautiful voice, and the person, he sings so well. So I used to feel that I would run away with a singer, right? Or I used to see some dance performances, and used to go and join the dance classes. Of course, I'm a Kathak dancer now, and and I used to feel that I would be a great, Kathak celebrity or something of that kind. Then I learned typing. I did my stenography. I did tailoring. I'm a great painter. I do beautiful drawings. I'm good in acting, right? So whatever was required, I was participating. So a time has reached now that I'm an officer. My basic fundamental thing is I'm an officer. But look at my day-to-day activity. There is a change. Today, I got a chance to speak on women empowerment right from oven. ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ವರ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್, ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ಸ್, ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಈ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಕಲಿ ಇವನ್ ವುಮನ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರೂಫ್. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ವುಮನ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್. Only thing is, ultimately, is she happy? Is she satisfied? So I feel that it is only possible when you do what you and you are happy with it. No, as I was telling you, health. Eshtu sala, many times it so happened that I used to feel ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮೊದ್ಲು ಬೇಕು, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಿ. ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ? when the question was that I was not taking care. So one fine day I decided ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನೀವು ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಪೌಷ್ಟಿಕ ಆಹಾರನ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. then I said let me just take it over. So I decided that day ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗ್ ಏನ್ ಉಳಿತದೋ ಉಳ್ದದ್ದನ್ನ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನಾನೇ ಮೊದ್ಲು ಐ ಶುಡ್. ಸೊ ಐ ಡಿಸೈಡೆಡ್ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ನೋಡುದಿಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಡ್ ಐ ಸೆಡ್ ಓಕೆ, ಟುಡೇ ವೆನ್ ಐ ಮೇಕ್ ಚಪಾತಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಭಾಜಿ, I'll make first 2 chapatis, switch off the gas stove, ಮೊದ್ಲು ನಾನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ತಿಂದು ನಾನು ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ದೆನ್ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಿಸಿ 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 ಮಾಡೋದು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಮೈ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಅವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮೊದ್ಲು ನಾನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ ಗಂಡ, ನನ್ ಮಕ್ಳು, ನನ್ ಅತ್ತೆ, ನನ್ ಮಾವ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮೈ ಮದರ್ ಇನ್ ಲಾ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಕೇರಿಂಗ್. ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಶಿ ಕೇಮ್ ಪಾಪ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಹೇಳೋ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಇರುದಿಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ವುಮನ್, ಲೈಕ್ ನಾನು ಜಸ್ಟಿಫೈ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ನನ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಊಟ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆಯವರು, ಮೈ ಮದರ್ ಇನ್ ಲಾ, she came to me and she said all had lunch and you are only left out. ನೀನೊಬ್ಬಾಕಿ ಉಳ್ದಿ ಬೇಡ, ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಊಟ ಆತು, ಬಾ ನಿನಗ್ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ. and the way she was not trying to serve me with care, love, affection that I did not have. ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿದೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಧೈರ್ಯನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಊಟ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ನಾನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, to that extent I was feeling left out. and believe me, ಅವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಂತೂ ಡೈಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅರಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. I just could not digest whatever I had done. and I felt that ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಎಂಡಿಗೆ ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಒಂದು ಮನದ ಆಳದ ಖುಷಿ, ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಮೊದ್ಲೇ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. perhaps I will draw more energy, more calories of nutritional values by serving others first and then having. This was a fact that I realized. Okay, so that is why I feel satisfaction of an Indian woman wherever she is happy. Today I find, though I learned so many things today, at many times I'm called to deliver talk on different aspects: women right, empowerment of women, Indian women and Western women. Then I am a judge to witness a Kathak dance competition, and I have played a role in a few films. So acting again has come to my rescue. But routine monotonous, ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ KS ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಆಡಳಿತ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾಧ್ಯನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಸತತವಾಗಿ ಮನೆ ಆಫೀಸು ಮಧ್ಯ ಏನು ನನ್ನ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಏನು ನನ್ನ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಏನು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿರುಚಿಗಳಿದಾವೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, ಯಾವುದು ನನಗೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವುದು ನನಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ತಂದ್ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವುದು ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಆತ್ಮ ತೃಪ್ತಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಆತರ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೋರಿಂಗ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಓವರ್ ಬರ್ಡನಿಂಗ್, nothing is forced, compelled upon you. Everything is beautiful, and everything what you do would enjoy, you would enjoy. So ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ, ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಕಲ್ತು ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸಂಬಳನ ನಾನೇ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋರ್ಗೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಾಬ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನನ್ಗನ್ಸ್ತದೆ ನನ್ ಗಂಡ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನಾನು ಕಲ್ತೀನಿ ನೀವು ಕಲ್ತೀರಿ, ಇವನ್ ಐ ಅರ್ನ್ ಇವನ್ ಯು ಅರ್ನ್. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾನು ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆ ಕಸ ಹುಡುಕ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಪಡಿಸಲಿ ಕಸ ಹುಡುಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಪರ್ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಪಾಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವರು ಅನ್ಲೇಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ನನ್ನ ಮದ್ವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ರೈಟ್? ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕಾಯಿಪಲ್ಲೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಪಲ್ಯ ಒಗ್ಗರಣೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ ಆಫ್ ವುಮನ್ ಇಸ್ ಒಂದು ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗಂತಾನೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅದು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರನೆ ಚಂದ, ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಒದಗಿಸ್ದಂಗ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಅದು ಪುರುಷರಿಂದ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಇತಿಮಿತಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಅರ್ಧ ಅರ್ಧ, ನಾನ್ ಅರ್ಧ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನೀವ್ ಅರ್ಧ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನು ಗರ್ಭಿಣಿ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ನೀವು ಹಡೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಆ ಸುಂದರ ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ತಾಯಿತನ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಹೆಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅಂತ ತಾಯಿತನವನ್ನ 9 ತಿಂಗಳು ಹೆರಿಗೆ ನೋವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದಾಗ ನಿಜವಾದ ಒಂದು ಮಮತೆ, ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಅಂತಃಕರಣ, ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಭಾವನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ತ್ಯಾಗ, ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವದ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು ಏನು ಹೆಣ್ಣಿಗಿದೆ ಅದು ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬಂದಿರೋದು, ತಾಯಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅವಳಿಗಾಗಿನೇ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಹೆಣ್ಣು, an Indian woman, first of all, as I told you at the beginning, first be proud that you're born as an Indian woman. Second thing is, ನಿಂದು ಏನು ಸ್ಪೆಷಾಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವುದು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಒಂದು ಜೀವಿ ರಾಶಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಅದು ನಿನ್ನಿಂದಾನೇ ಸಾಧ್ಯ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದಾಗ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಪಡು. ಅದನ್ನ ನಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ದಾಯಿತ್ವ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯೋರ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಯು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ that certain natural phenomena can be possible only by a woman, like giving a birth to a child, right? Being a mother, motherhood is all given to you by nature. And today they have invented so many machines, anything can be created, anything can be produced, but life cannot. And it is a feminine, special boon, gift given by nature to a woman. So when I start looking as an Indian woman on myself, when I start understanding that what all have come to me from nature as a gift, what all have been my genetic constitution trait for a woman, and how beautiful a woman looks with all those, it's such a surprise that men cannot be what a woman is. And then I start thinking that it's only me, I am responsible, only I can do. Then perhaps a woman can understand her basic responsibilities. And once basic responsibilities are done, it's not a great task taking care of secondary responsibilities, right? So you're happy, you're content, there is no one to question you, you have justified your role, you feel proud that what you have done nobody else could do, and along with all that you could do, you have done something additional. You have proved yourself in various fields that the scope was given to you, reservation was given to you, a call was given to you, and you took up anything and everything and proved yourself, right? So this is what I feel is an Indian woman since beginning till today. Only thing is, today woman is trying to give excuses for all those things which she is unable to do. She's unable to do because she feels put down by doing those things, or she thinks it is below her level to do certain things, or she thinks that she has to be treated on par with men, or she feels that when she's doing this somebody else should be that. No, a number of, I'm not saying woman is wrong, but if woman cannot understand, if woman cannot take slight more load than men, I'm sure, women cannot feel proud of herself. Yes. So I'm sure this discussion has taken my youngsters, because look at each and every prospectus today. Even if one woman goes wrong, it comes to the entire feminine category. Say the age-old sayings of ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಮೊಳಕಲ್ ಕೆಳಗ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಏರ್ಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಏರ್ಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕ್ರಿ. There has to be limited freedom for a woman, right? So these were all the statements, and today don't you find a few examples that have been created um, by women are really shameworthy. So if one wrong thing goes, it comes to the entire category of women. I'm talking about women who have created the wrong examples before the world. It could be, the field of corruption. It could be, in the field of prostitution. It could be in the field of underworld, scams. It could be, deviating the values in the society. It could be misusing of powers. It could be breaking a family by, derailing the men folk in and around. It could be overspending of the earnings in the name of looking beautiful, cosmetic surgeries, want to retain the beauty, all leading women personalities. I keep seeing varieties of news, find the other day I was reading that leading Hindi film heroine, every month she spends around crores on plastic surgery, uplifting her face. I just don't know. That's what I made a mention, that woman is cautious, woman is really wanting to prove. But I think she has to be rational enough to understand what is her role, what is her duty, what is her achievement, what is her solutions, what are her problems. And I'm sure for anything that woman thinks, the solutions are very, very simple. And eternal beauty of a woman is what will be remembered permanently by the world, not this temporary beauty of a woman. And woman has to understand. At times, I feel moved, that though we are earning, a woman is earning financially, she's contributing to the family's earning, but at the same time, the earnings of a woman have been, totally shelled off into varieties of, requirements for her personal life. So somewhere somebody was saying that Garsukinta also the important ada. Earlier the mothers, they never earned, but whatever was given to them, they were saved. And based on those savings, she could make sons, engineers, doctors, educate the girls and all, give the girl with good amount of gold and get her married to a good family. Nothing was earned. It was only saved. So present context, as financial empowerment of the nation and the society and the state relies on women, I think women has to understand this also. Fizul Kharchi, that is going, especially as far as the beauty concern of a woman is concerned, I really feel at times to that extent not required. And whatever it is, I think woman has to understand herself, her limitations, her potentialities, her inborn qualities, her desires, her satisfactions, her interest, and whatever it is. Finally, she has to be the happiest woman, and to be happy, whatever you want to do, I think you should be doing it. And I think the topic is totally open, because I don't belong to the category of a resource person who wants to say that this is right, this is right, this is right, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, because this women empowerment is such a broad and vast topic. And this topic means individually to individual, because her background differs, her qualification differs, her genes differ, her passions differ, her interests differ, her goals and her ambitions differ, and parameters of she being happy differs. And it is all situational. I may be in one situation, the very next woman may be in different situation. I could say I can, but the woman may feel really impossible for her to come out of the situation. So whatever it is, a number of women in a number of situations, and women empowerment cannot be said done by taking a few examples like Rani Channamma, Jhansi Ki Rani, or Indira Gandhi ji, or Pratibha Patil, or Sudha Murthy ji, or few set of examples. But one has to bother. Real Indian woman empowerment will happen only when each one of us would figure in those lists. That is why I say millions and millions of women. But when we take examples, only few, right? So that itself is very clear that women empowerment needs a long way to go. Especially an Indian woman can become world superpower. Because if you look at Western countries, women is only fighting, demanding for her rights. But she doesn't understand that whatever she is demanding, if it could be commanded, so you cannot get everything by demanding, but you will get everything if you are able to command it. And that commanding nature of woman is bestowed to her by nature. And if she can be, uh, you know, uh, full of love, full of understanding, full of forgiveness, full of ethics, full of morals, full of values wherever she goes. She can prove to be a role model, and people would just follow you because you don't talk, you don't keep saying, but you are there to practically prove that whatever you say, you do. And I think such an Indian woman, whether she is a housewife, as I was telling you, earlier we had to go out of a house to earn bread. But today, the field of entrepreneurship is totally opened up for an Indian woman. And women taking care of the household responsibilities in her spare time could be, a role model, could create a name for herself, because anything and everything that is required by a human life has an international market. The famous example of Manjula Biradar from Bijapur, who is a jolad roti maker, she was passionate and sitting at home. She started doing and she started taking women under her. And today she has brought, laurels, not only national laurels, but international laurels. Her roti, shenga chutney is being exported to almost 9 countries of the world where there are Indians. And her turnover is in crores. We have women who have created a name for Lijjat Papad, women who has created her name for, handicrafts, Lamani words, embroidery, designing, rangoli, pickles and chutneys, and women creating herself great professions as far as household maids are concerned in European countries by just taking care of the child as caretakers. And woman has, with education, entered each and every field. Name one, she's there. She's into flying, she's into piloting, she's into driving, she's into, even steam engines. They are being taken care of. She is into space. She is into rockets. She is into designing. She is into missiles. She is into defense services. She is into wars. So say whatever you are. And equally, she's doing very well in SH self-help groups. She's doing very well in private sector. She's trying to, create a name in corporate world. N number of examples. like Lakshmi Mittal and all. She's doing extremely well as far as literature is concerned, even researchers are concerned. In what I think woman is everywhere. Right from petrol bunks, earlier we used to find woman is there in petrol bunks, catering to the petrol needs. She is a conductor in KSRTC buses or any government buses. She is a cab driver. Say what? Say what? She's there. So I think no field is, untouched by her. Only thing is, woman should understand what is her satisfaction and try exploring out, take care of herself first, take care of her basic satisfaction, her health, and I think sky's the limit that she could do. So I think this is what I really wanted to say as far as women empowerment, and with more focus on Indian women and her personality, her traits, her natural instincts were concerned, you know. And there are certain things, as I told you, you need not go to any university to understand how would you become a mother. Is it required? No, it's an instinct. The moment you deliver a baby, I know all that motherhood is there with you. So all that a woman wants to be, I think they are within yourself. Only thing is, give it a chance and prove yourself. I think you're there stunning. And woman is required in manifold, multidimensional facets. As in the near future, I'm sure anything and everything required by human life, could it be caring for a baby, bathing a baby, taking care of the baby, or all domestic works, kitchen works, gardening works, could be even traditional storytelling, trying to give you the Vedic values, preachings that are available, um, Purana, Punyakathas. We don't know where the things would get dimensified, and n number of unbelievable activities are going to be there in the forthcoming days. And I'm sure a woman with all her potentiality could grab success wherever she's putting, right? So I think I've done with my topic. Any questions? I'm here to answer.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this one, because simply in simple words, if you wanted to tell this, it is like Hruday Tumbi Bantu anta ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ma'am. Actually, this is the ma'am. Definitely today we are team members are more proud to be Indian, to be feel as a Indian women, and our day-to-day contributions are being memorized, I think, towards the family always, like with the resource persons or the successful women's like you, like, I think.
Yes,
And I hope these motivative words are more than enough for a women to stand still more for their further achievements, ma'am.
yeah,
Because we know that there is no force more powerful than a woman
true.
determined to raise, right?
Yes,
And I think this is the word what you wanted to tell in a brief way. And we have been very happy to hear you again in our college in the same year itself, ma'am. Thank
yeah.
you. And
Thank you.
thank you again for catalyzing our minds with your sparkling words, ma'am. Really
Thank
thank
you.
you. And I request now Srimati Gangama Mukashi to propose vote of thanks, and in between all the other colleague members, the team members, please, any queries regarding this one, you can share your views and also inquire your questions, ma'am, there. Please. Or otherwise, you can raise your questions in the chat box also. Anybody?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Ma'am, woman life is incomplete without a husband, ma'am. And that but man life also man life incomplete without wife, ma'am. Why they don't understand this thing, ma'am?
Yeah, sure.
See, it is incomplete with a woman, and woman is always incomplete without a man. They are, counterparts to each other. But the friction comes is when each one starts thinking that, oh, he is not complete without me. And once she starts thinking that I'm not complete without him. So if this mutually come, definitely they will know that they are made for each other. It's a mutualism. If each one starting without me, or why everything me, then and men being human beings, why men, even women, being selfish, self-centered, and moreover dominating. When domination comes, I'm sure they don't understand. Do you understand? Nanyake, why should I? Or why I should not? So why comes in a person's life? I'm sure. See, let me just very at times, as I told you, I used to feel sometimes, why should me only? Why should he not? Risk. You are the wondering like that. But I'm sure without me asking, my husband used to do other things. So mutual understand. There was no need for him to say, "Nish ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ, you ಮಾಡಿ," and there was no need for him to say, "You do," because I was already doing my part of it. So it's all mutual understanding. And for a man to understand you, you really got to understand wholeheartedly. It cannot be forced. That is why I said mutual understanding has to be commanded. Somebody has to realize are doing, or realize once they know that we are doing more than what is possible from us, I'm sure they will be lending a hand. It has to be done. You got to make the realization can happen only when you're selfless, when you're overburdening yourself, when you prove yourself beyond this, then start understanding and then start giving you to the respect. But to some extent, a woman has to prove for that matter. Clear?
Any other queries with a topic there related to topic? Otherwise, you can share the email of ma'ams. You can chat with the ma'am also later by. Okay?
I can
Yes.
definitely answer
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Now I request Srimati Gangam Mukerji to propose vote of thanks,
Good evening to all. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of KLE Society, PG, Jabin Parivar, I thank the resource person, Srimati Sadhna Pote, Deputy Director, District Employment Exchange, Navanagar, Hubballi, for her wonderful speech, Women Management Skills from on oven to laptop. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. L.D. Varkeri sir, Principal, PC Jabin Science College, Hubballi, for his encouragement. I also thank organizing committee, Srimati S.M. Patil, Madam, Coordinator, Department of Chemistry, Srimati Revati Punja, Convener, Department of Electronics, and other teaching and non-teaching staff. Lastly, my heartfelt thanks to all participants made this webinar grand success. Once again, thank you everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sadhna, ma'am. And we will recognize you as we learned today to be thankful for what you already have, and while you propose all that you want. And this is what the hands-on wishes what you have been given to us today. And for this, we have been very thankful to you there. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot again. And the team members, please, feedback link is being shared now in the chat box. All of you go through that. Thank you all of you there who had made this event a successful one. Thank you one and all.
ಏನೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ ಏ ಏ ಏನೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿ